Boys, we have to get some more clips out. Shall we? Premiere Pro, let's start this up. Let's get this started up. Pause the music real quick. Double check YouTube. Man, my own voice is just terrible. Look at this. Okay, can we buy anything yet? No items currently. Mode. Well, that at least makes it simple. I like the mode drop down. We're all gentlemen here. We've got the collared shirt today. What are we? What are we? What? Warlord, okay. Oh, whew, all right. almost had a heart attack there. Wait a second. Do we get rank 14 next week? Where's my caster labs? OBS, where are you? Where are you? How's the audio levels? Decent? Okay. Let's get it. What do we have here? More mail from the auction house. Generals. It did this last time too, so we can buy the shoulder, right? Shoulder, helm. Look at that. But we have to reload again or something like that. Why do we have to do this 3 times? But I do have the required rank. Me a warlord. What the heck? We gotta like exit the game. There we go, boys. Rank 13. Okay, let's go play POE. Do you guys ever put cinnamon in your coffee, or is that just me? Is that a thing that you guys do? Why does my cam always look like it's too tall, too high? Auction expired. Man, what are arcane crystals selling for? We got a queue, boys. $65. Let's try this. We just want to do one. Fade leaf. That works. What about Swift Thistle? Ugh. And we can make Thistle tea, right, guys? Not yet. Yikes. Whatever. YOLO. I'll leave those there. Okay, we got a queue. We have to queue. And of course, our bags are always freaking full. Excuse me. Hmm. Hmm. Let's just be honest. We're not going to use that right claw. We're just probably not. We got roasted on our YouTube video yesterday. I cooked myself. I tried to post something that was a little bit less World of Warcraft and gaming oriented. And I think that most of my shorts get between like 2 and 10,000 views. I think this one got like 80 views. When we queue up, we're gonna go and see the results. I just told a little story about how squirrels attack my house. Like, you know, like outside squirrels. And how they throw pine cones at my house. So when you walk outside, they attack you. Maybe the title was clickbait. Maybe it wasn't clickbait enough, right? Maybe there was something... There's obviously a reason why people didn't like my squirrel story. That's a little loud. My bad. Whip.
Captain Timo on duty.
Hell yeah, Captain Timo on duty. Okay, let's pull this up. YouTube Studio. Let's see this here. How do I... Channel dashboard. All right. Here we go. Oof. 764 views. 2 dislikes. I don't know. Here, like I'll paste the video in the chat. Oh, why didn't that work? If I go this, copy link, paste. I don't know why that video didn't cook. Not too sure what happened on that regard. Oh, what do we got here? Looking fresh, bro. Thanks, eh? We should get in the habit. We should get in the habit of posting the YouTube video as soon as we publish a new one. You want to see something beautiful though? I'll show you my Premiere Pro timeline. Look how beautiful this is. Is this like 17 clips? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 clips. All we have to do is add captions and they are good to go. Let's do this right now. We're going to go text. We are going to... Man, I do this like twice a month. And I don't always remember. Is it this? Hit the plus? Nope. You go... Chat, what do we click? There's a button that says like new great captions. There we go. Create captions. We have some styles here. We're going to use our Diggler's Loot Council version 2. Oh, don't get kicked. Do we have any video editors in the chat? Any content creators? Any actually animators? Any VTuber animators? That's who I want to talk to. Oh, is Merle behind me? Oh, he is too. If we get the first, if the first chatter can decide if we want to turn on the dog cam. Do you want to see the little pooch in the background? He's like right there. Oh, music too loud. Wee bit too loud. Stretch. Oh. Blizzard really coming down with the bans. Rarely see cave folk anymore. Yeah, no cave folk. I mean, I think people are simply nervous just to talk in the chat. Even trying to give someone advice or ask for support in an area is getting people mass reported. What if we do here? I've learned that just because it's a PvP server, Night Slayer has just as many idiots. $396 honor on the day. We only need 418. Are we gonna stay? Are we gonna stay PvE spec? I wonder, should we? 3 rune cloth. Yes, sir. We are listening to Elder Scrolls music in 1700. Man, we are getting cooked. Horde, we are cooking ourselves. Oh, we won, of course. Okay, I'm like tapped out on marks. Let's just spend them all. Let's just spend them all. We may as well. We have a good 150 to 200 games. Presumably, that's another, you could say 200 to 300 marks. I'm going to try this. So I'm trying a new tool for literally the very first time on stream. Now it says there's an AI TTS that's going to read the messages as people type them. Now this could go sideways really fast. Watch on Twitch for music. Smiley face. That was so quiet, it's not even funny. The cave folk, is that really what they called us? The cave folk? Look how sick this is. The Scarlet Crusade banner, or tabard. Yeah. Did we get any honorable kills last time? 15. Okay. The last grind week should be 2 more weeks. 418. Oh yeah, that's right. Next week is AV week. Cheers. Good morning, everyone. What are you drinking right now? Are you drinking tea? Are you drinking coffee? Do you drink sodies in the morning? Could you imagine waking up in the morning and cracking a soda? Man, I'm getting the Escape from Tarkov itch. Slice and dice. There we go. 30 seconds of nothingness. Let's go. What's up, dude? I'm going to play the shit out of 1.0. Oh, really? Daddy Nikita said this current wipe will be the last one before 1.0 wipe later this year in Q4. Allegedly. Right? Yeah, no, Daddy Nikita said, what do we got here? No, so Daddy Nikita said this current Escape from Tarkov wipe will be the last one until 1.0 wipe later on this year. So if he's right, it'll probably be, if he's accurate, it'll probably be in Q4. So we're talking October, November, December. And knowing BSG, they'll probably push it right to the end of the year and maybe give us a 1.0 for Christmas. At least those are the rumors floating around. We're still doing the rank 14 grind in WoW. At least those are the rumors floating around. We're still doing the rank 14 grind in WoW. We've got another week and a half of this, and then we're going to be back on the Tarkov train. Resume Path of Exile. Still check out Last Epoch. But I'm feeling nostalgic, and I really want to try a new Age of Empires game. Let's do some real-time strategy, shall we? Does this guy have a Discord? He does not. Yikes. Bruh. Okay, we lost this one. Res the dead, don't release. Hmm. What do we want to listen to today? That week's gonna be nutty, bro. Rank 14, ZG, and Dark Moon Fair. Hmm. Burn, 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 burn. This was a... I got a bad feeling about this. This is not looking very good, gentlemen. It's old and doesn't work. Minimum duration in seconds. Let's try this. 20. Single line. Let's see what happens. Okie doke. Should we do this first one? I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. Man, total score. Ooh. $3,100. Okay, could have been worse. Could have been worse. So let's think about this logically here for a few seconds, gentlemen. We need 418,000 honor total and change, right? How do you... If you get about 2,000 honor per, it's about 0.5% per AV. That puts us at about 200 Alterac values a day. Do we have any honorable kills yet? There we go, 4 more. Yeah, basically it still hasn't really changed, but yeah, that's all. That's the only thing that you can do right now. Increases your chance to get a critical strike with a fist weapon by 1%. You know what, guys? We're gonna try. We're gonna try mace spec. We're gonna try dagger spec. We're gonna try fist weapon spec when we get the rank 14 weapons. What's this guy talking about? We got a pirate here. Arr. So some people have been asking me why I have two different YouTube channels. One for personal everyday stuff and one just for some gaming content with WoW and POE and Tarkov. Now, if in a perfect world, I would love to put these all under one YouTube channel. But YouTube will completely fry your account if it's associated with too many different topics. Meaning, I can't make a funny video about an RP interaction in World of Warcraft next to a video about me talking about buying land and building a barn dominium because they're too unrelated to each other. And YouTube's going to go, this channel doesn't know what it's about. Let's just start lowering its rank in the overall algorithm feed. I've tested this myself many times, and I've seen other people experience the same issues. And I think the only solution is to have separate YouTube channels for each content focus. There's personal Derek stuff, and then there's nerdy gaming Derek stuff. So Derek's Loot Council is where I'm going to post all of my gaming content from, and so Derek's Loot Council is where I'm going to share all of my gaming related content. And then my normal Derekszyszka channel is going to be for everything that I'm up to in my daily life, as long as some reviews and the occasional sponsored video if they come in with those YouTube sponsorships. You know what I'm saying? So Derek's Loot Council will always be more live stream and gaming, nerdy oriented. And then my normal Derekszyszka channel is going to be everything, what's happening in my real life and, you know, some of the tech and lifestyle content that I'm into. All right, we ready? We ready? We've got a half of a team of warriors, you know, and it takes many global cooldowns to get 5 sunders. Come on. Come on. So, each AV is like 0.5%. So like 200, let's just go approximately 200 games total. Don't talk about it. Talking about the pain makes the pain less painful. So each AV is a 0.5% to... Each AV is approximately 0.5% to the $418,000. Each AV is approximately 0.5% to the 418,000 honor grind for the next 2 weeks. That's roughly 200 games, so each game is about 0.5%. I think talking about the pain makes the pain less painful. Oh my goodness. I want to find history. What were we watching yesterday? Ambition Strikes. This is a cool ass YouTube channel. Let's watch some YouTube content right now. This is going to be us one day, chat. For sure. When we get our land, let's pause this for a second. When we get our land and we get our barn dominium, are we going to put a pond on our property? We're doing it. I'm telling you, man, it's going to happen. Okay, so if we were going to rank the priorities of the land project, it's like barn dominium, of course. You have to got a place to eat and sleep. The wife has to be taken care of, right? She's got to be comfortable. Then it's gaming studio time, right? We need our studio space. We got to put up multiple computers. We got couches. We got TVs. We got to have the podcast booth in the corner. This has to be done. It has to be done. And then we'll do a pond. But the pond would be sweet. Just a couple acres. That's all we're looking for. Nothing fancy. No multi-million-dollar acreage projects. Whoa. Oh, damn. That would suck. A spillway? Are these new acreage terms that I have to learn? Spillway? Fuck yeah. There we go. We're going to do kayak streams in the pond in our acreage. The military truck will come in a few years. Dude, we're going to get ducks in the pond? How sweet is that going to be? Whoops, I did not mean... I've totally fat-fingered AR. Are you allowed to say fat-fingered in 2025? I haven't driven a skid steer in, a good 15 or so years. Oh, dude, like a military truck. I don't think you can buy these in Canada, if I'm to be honest. I'm not too sure where you would find a US military truck for sale in Canada, but that'd be cool. As like that, could you imagine having that as your farm beater? Another 0.5%. Hmm. Do you have to have an air brakes license to drive that? I wonder. See, this is why I love old equipment. This stuff looks, you know, good 20, 30 years or older. Still looks great. Sick. I can't remember what these are called, those like chain lock ratcheting mechanisms, but if I never have to touch one again for the rest of my life, I would die a happy man. Hey, cheers, everyone. Good morning or noon, afternoon. Mm. Smart, smart man. I'm trying to figure out. This channel is called Ambition Strikes. And man, this looks like it could be my backyard. Like this looks like Alberta, Canada. I don't know where they film this stuff. I'm trying to. Did it say North Idaho? Okay, that answers my question. Did you just see that? That's what we need, boys. Look at that. This, whoop, didn't mean to hit the mic. However, this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're building right here. Shop and storage area on the bottom, living quarters up top. You can build this for about 160, 180,000, even less if you do more, the more work you do yourself. You can barely even get a lot in the city for half that price. There we go. There's our barn dominium. Gonna have to get used to that word though. I don't even like the word barn dominium. So, where do you live? I got a barn dominium. Ah, this is an AG1 sponsorship video. I can't imagine driving an excavator would be too much more challenging than a skid steer. culvert. I know this term. That's like a pipe you put underground, kind of like a French drain to divert water, right? Pretty sure. It's fun. Sorry, YouTube enjoyers, you cannot hear any of this audio. YouTube will totally roast my channel if I play any background YouTube music. I know exactly what he's talking about. Like when you, one thing we're discovering with looking at land is that there's so much variation of grade, you could say. And even if, so you can look at a cheap piece of land that, you know, might be 2.5 acres, but it's so hilly. When you factor, if you take out the trees and the road and places where you can't dig because there's rock or service lines, you know, you might only be left with like, you know, a 1 acre. And then when you take out the flat land, you know, where you can actually build and develop, you know, then you might only have like a 1/2 acre. And so, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of space, but the flat, I'm realizing in real time that the flatness of your land has a huge impact on what you can do with it. Because then it can literally cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to have professional equipment come in there and like make an area to make like a 1/2 acre or 1 acre flat. It's crazy. At that rate, I mean, I need more. I need way more money. You almost just buy an excavator yourself, and you know, spend like 2 months flattening it out, and then just sell the excavator at the end. I guess you probably need a bulldozer too. Laser level, land, check. Hmm. Hmm. Man, I'm afraid to even say anything in AV raid chat, or else I'm just gonna yeah, see get mass reported. So this is gonna be us, chat. We're gonna be sitting in an excavator, digging out trenches for culverts. Then we're gonna have the laptop and we're gonna alt tab on our Starlink and we're gonna Ambush, backstab, Renataki, T, backstab, backstab, eviscerate motherfuckers in Ironforge. That's what we're gonna do. And then we all tab back into real life and we keep digging with our excavator. Here's a tip. You know, I'm no acreage expert yet, but why wouldn't you do this project on a day that it's not raining? Hey, super humble. You know, like most things in life, you've got a couple $100 in, okay, maybe $1,000 in culvert piping and materials. And then, you know, labor to do this would be like 5-10 grand. Yikes. I guess if you were making a 59 twink, you could use this. 6 Arcanite bars. Yikes. Maber. We need to make friends with a mage booster Andy for our twink, you know. I'm not getting a third WoW account. That's what I not yet anyway. Easy. North Idaho, that's where he lives. Okay. I'd live in North Idaho. Hey, it was teased by President Trump. Was it this year or at the tail end of no, it was this year that they could potentially give Canadians a one-to-one transfer of wealth and people could move to the US and you know, feed their economy. Hey, if they did that, maybe we'd move to Idaho or Utah or West Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, some cheap place. Muck. No, my AR. There we go. Okay, at least our honor is way higher than last week. Sometimes we even get less than 2,000 per game. Fuck you, Alliance. We're taking over. What are we at? What are we at? 20,000 for the day. What is that, 10%? Yep, 10%. Or no, was that 5? No, 5%. I'm done. 5%. Yeah, 5%. Hmm. Doesn't that look fun? What else do we got on here? Wow, that damn video had 2 million views. Sheesh. That's true. Can you call a barge a boat? Interesting. Is that what Amaranth says to herself when she's looking in the mirror in the morning? She goes, Idaho. Yeah, that was a typo for sure. That's way more than 200. He's right. This is kind of wild. Hey, I have those lights. Really? Really? The first whack, I get a daze? So I wonder what the Navy used this for. Mm-hmm. Touche. Me pull. I solo kite. It wasn't. Looks like a heater, maybe? Hmm. What is this? What is this? I wonder what this guy's background is. He reminds me of me. He just like knows a little bit about a lot of stuff. Now I'm sure most of you have heard the phrase jack of all trades, master of none. But there's a second part to that phrase that often gets forgot. And it's a master of one is not as good, or no, it's oh shit, I just totally messed this up. It was jack of all trades. Oh yeah, so jack of all trades quote. Jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. There we go. There we go. Better than a master of one. The coffee's almost gone. Like a massive voltage regulator. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just going to put my sponsored Anchor products on the wall. Sweet. No, I'm a huge fan of LED lights. I'll be on. I really am. But there's so much fake bullshit advertising around them, and I have never ever had a LED light last as nearly as long as a normal fluorescent or incandescent bulb. You know, it's like we have some light fixtures in our kitchen, and the old box used to say 25,000 hours or 45,000 hours. You go buy light bulbs from Home Depot, they'll say 50,000 hours plus. It's like, first off, do you know how long 50,000 hours? You know how many years that is? That's like, depending on the usage, that could be a couple decades. But we've never had an LED light last in our house more than, I think, 3 or 4 years. However, we've got some incandescent bulbs in like the cold storage room in our basement that have been in there since we moved in like 17 years ago, and they're still going strong. Like, so yes, I love the energy consumption of LED. That shit just don't last. I sound like my parents would be like, oh, stuff doesn't last like it used to be. Mm. Yeah, but buddy, tell us what you're gonna do with this. Like, it's cool and all. Modular. That's actually pretty poggers. Dude's smart. Dude is super smart. Okay, buddy, sit down with your back against the wall and push. Lucky. Yeah, we'll be doing the anchor sponsorships. Don't worry, don't worry. Or Jackery. Gonna get kicked. Want to buy a crit, please? It's always sad when your Sinister Strike crits for almost as much as your 5-point Evis. This is messy. This is messy, folks. $10,000 HP. Is it? Don't tell me it's a wipe. This fucking mage. Yikes. They wiped us at 5%. I didn't even see him. Really? That's a big rip. That's a big serpentine belt. I really got away from that. Sweet. Mm-hmm. That's kind of cool. I'll be honest. I'm turned on. I am PvE spec. I am not equipped physically or mentally to be PvPing right now. Mr. Loofah Loofah. If he's using words like helix gears, he's probably has an automotive background. Oh, we're rezzed. We're just gonna stealth. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell Blizzard. I will be totally transparent, gentlemen, and I do not know what three-phase power means, but I do know what that's a lot of amps. All right, we got horde friends here. We're mounting up. The only phases I'm accustomed to are different phases in video games. Okay, I want to keep your the suspense is too high though. What did you pay for it? What are you going to do with it? Oh, cool. It's like the kitchen area. Sweet. What? Yeah, that's sick. Can openers? Yeah. Oh, that's pretty quiet. Captain Timo on duty.
Captain Timo on duty.
What's up, man? Good morning, good day to you. We found this cool YouTube channel. It's called Ambition Strikes. Is that what it's called? And yeah, Ambition Strikes. This guy reminds me. This is going to be me in a couple years when we get our land. Did you see what you posted? Did you share something in Discord? Let's see this here. Oh yeah, those were from the leaks and that you shared a few days ago. Hey, yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a single player game, right? Like Elder Scrolls. That's PvE, right? That's PvE. We'll take a look at it after this video. Let's get Steam up. It's an open world RPG. So do I see other fellas in there? Or is it just me? So like, is it multiplayer open world? I'm an MMO lover, man. I can't get it out of my blood. It's in my blood. I don't know if this dude's wife just has more of a like redder eyes, or she's just like high as a kite all the time in these videos. Dude, I have never played Oblivion. Never. They're more story narrative driven games, correct? Nope. Never played Fable. I like, believe me when I say, man, I have been addicted to World of Warcraft for 20 years. This has been my main hoe. My main hoe of a game, World of Warcraft. Haven't had too many side hoe games. But I promise you, man, I promise you, after the rank 14 grind, we're going to go more variety. We want to try some stuff out. There's too many good games not to play, right? Life is too short to play only one game, even though WoW is fun. The last story narrative driven game I played was it L not no not L Dragon Age in I played Dragon Age 1. Was there Dragon Age 1, 2 and 3? Like Inquisition sounds familiar. I played those games. Those are so much fun. I actually think here's a hot take on your statement. I think that that people call themselves gamers and they just they play everything. That's like, I think those people are, they're just I mean, sure. I mean, we're just memeing around here, right? But it's like you're a transient gamer, right? You just kind of go from game to game. You don't really like get into it. You know, you don't master the mechanics. You don't learn the intricacies. You know, you get into the layers of the game. Versus, you know, there's always debates over, are mobile gamers real gamers, right? You know, if you'd ask Asmongold, he would say no. Yeah. So yeah, this video is almost over. I just want to. Did he say how much he paid for it yet? Elder Scrolls. I don't know why Steam asks me my age every single time. So it just says remastered, so it's all it is new graphics, right? Yeah, let's hear it. Sick. Yeah, you remember PC Gamer magazine? Nintendo Power, dude? You didn't say how much you paid for it. Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember when I worked at a grocery store, you know, when I was 15, 16, 17, for quite a few years, way longer than most people worked at grocery stores. And I remember stocking the magazine aisle. You remember those? And sometimes, I mean, you'd get hundreds and hundreds of magazines in, and even just sometimes they would be packed so like forced in a box that the cellophane, like the plastic cellophane wrapper on the magazines, would stick to each other, so you physically could not take the magazines apart. So like every time I stocked the shelves, yeah, tips and tricks books, and but that's why they put the magazines in plastic wrap, so people didn't, you know, you can't just like go to the store, flip through it, you know, take the cheats, get the free game code or whatever. But we'd have a stack of Nintendo Power, PC Magazine, PC Gamer, whatever, all these yeah, the demo discs, and they'd be stuck together, and you couldn't get them apart unless they would just rip. So, you know, back then they were talking hundreds of magazines a month would get thrown out because you can't. I mean, the companies write them off. So there weren't very many, you know, nerdy gamers at the old Save On Foods that I worked at. So yeah, we'd take the demo discs. I'm trying to remember, what are some of the games we played, like Splinter Cell, Turok. Yeah, I remember the posters because they would send us the magazines, and then they would send us another box of all the posters. And then the customer, you know, who buying the magazine would have to be like, hey, where's my poster? Where's my poster? And there'd only be a limited amount. Man, those were the days. Those were the days. Command and Conquer. I remember, yeah, free trial of CNC. You know, no, it also is awesome though. Like Dragon Age music is dope. Like don't want to get kicked. Let's just run a straight line. Dragon Age music. There's the squirrels again. Do you guys hear that on the microphone? We got squirrels outside the door, like outside the window, and they're up in like the 50, 60-foot trees, and they take pine cones. Not only will they throw them at people that are walking on the sidewalk and throw them at me if I go outside, but they eat them, right? But they throw them from the roof like 60, 70 feet up in the air. It's always in the springtime. It just sounds like, I don't know, like the massive, massive hail. Is the new Dragon Age? I never played it. The Veilguard or something like that. No, I heard it was kind of butt cheeks, if I'm to be honest. Or is it that one of those games where they tried to put politics and, you know, different you know, world viewpoints in a video game? Asmongold made a huge list of just complete fail games where companies try to put identity politics and race politics and political politics and all of the politics. And I don't know, I play games to escape the real world. You know, that's kind of the controlling idea behind, I think, a lot of people play games. I mean, even statistically, these games didn't do very well. There was, I think, I was literally watching this over the Easter weekend. I think there was closer to like 15 titles over the past few years of just total fail games. Even the new Assassin's Creed game, is it any good? I mean, like, sometimes the negative voices are often louder than most. but you don't often hear people raving over too many games these days. You ever played Baldur's Gate 2 Dark Alliance on the PS2 or Champions of Nora? Wasn't there a new Baldur's Gate game that recently came out? No, but no, I never played my wife and her sisters are huge into those games. Wasn't there like a race to see how fast you could like have sex with a bear or something like that? There was videos of people speed running because you can, they're very narrative driven games, right? So if you answer the right questions and say the right things, you can like have some bear on bear fornication. I don't remember, but nah. And I will say, sometimes those games are actually, no, it's true, it's true. Go on YouTube and look it up. Look it up. I'm not gonna obviously watch it on stream, but they also like Baldur's Gate 3, if that's the same title. A lot of people couldn't even stream it because there's so much nudity in it. This is gonna like fuck up my YouTube SEO. Yeah, here we go. I'll show you a thumbnail. Look at this, man. So there's Asmongold. I bought Baldur's Gate 3 just for this romantic scene. Yeah, you can like, I don't know the game. I don't know the storyline and whatever. There we go. Baldur's Gate 3 interrupting ogre fornicating. WTF. Yeah. Yeah. I actually remember like the streamer Zaryu. He's definitely more of a family-friendly streamer these days. He doesn't even like to say words like damn and darn it on his stream too much. And he had to stop playing that game because it's basically like kind of like softcore porn, honestly. Hey, this is from what other people have told me. Like I said, I don't have firsthand experience. That's just what the rumors on the street are saying. Another game series that I'm probably missing out on. Never played Fallout. No. Aren't there 4 or 5 of them? BioShock? Is that another series of games? Never played those. Those were really popular. I used to have buddies tease me because I didn't. I would be playing World of Warcraft, raiding Gruul's Lair and Karazhan when people were playing BioShock, shooting like green goo guns. Yep. Yes, sir. Oh, stop it. We bought an abandoned Navy barge, but you didn't say how much it costs, my guy. Mm-hmm. Group 1 on lieutenants, go north, kill dwarf. I'm group 2. You know, I've never been in a lieutenant assigned group. Nope, nope, nope. I mean, this music is pretty peaceful and epic. Doesn't exactly get the blood pumping for AV, but yeah, Dragon Age has always had really good music. $50. Well, we'll add it to the wish list. Is that going to stretch the legs of the 4090? Probably. What does it say here? 16 gigs of RAM. Oh, there we go. Recommended 36. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 125 gigabytes. I like actually legit need some bigger hard drives. Between my 4 hard drives, like one for OS, one for media storage, one for downloads, one for games. What do I have 6 or 8 terabytes? I can't 100% remember, but we getting full. We getting full. I have to start uninstalling stuff. When I uninstall a game, it feels like I'm like breaking up with a friend. Even if I don't play with them anymore, it's like I'm gonna have to spend a couple hours just to play with you again. But yeah, I can definitely uninstall, I think, New World. That game's well over 100 gigabytes and probably won't be playing that again. Where's the Alliance? Where's the Alliance? I saw your pet. Another game series I've heard I missed out on is Red Dead Redemption. I don't think I've heard anyone say that those games are bad. Like, they say that they're long, but that can be a good or a bad thing. Nah, I'm good, he says. I want to see some bear on bear action. Bear with me. And I want to say it was the same weird, kinky stuff with the new Dragon Age or not Inquisition. What is the new Dragon Age called? Veilguard, where don't you play a dragonkin character, and then they have like dragon relationships and stuff like that? I don't know. It's just weird. I'm not into that, man. There should be a checkbox. No, thank you. Not my cup of coffee. Not sure if you heard though, Mr. Timo, but Escape from Tarkov 1.0 is launching. I'm gonna pop a potion. Before the end of the year, we are gonna play so much Tarkov. 3,107 minutes. Let's fucking go, boys. Yep, another week and a half. Another week and a half. So what are we at today? Dare we even look? 32,000 on the day. Okay, almost 10%. We only got 400,000 honor to grind. Like that's realistically, that's a quarter less of last week. But I'm wondering, I got a question. There's a couple people in here. We got viewers on Kick, we got viewers on YouTube, we got viewers on Twitch. And should we put the camera on my phone, and should we go to the kitchen and make a tea live on stream? Should we? That is the question. Go make a tea live on stream. Oh, what's this email? From Mr. Kieran. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Where is that coming from? There we go. Ah, we didn't get a YouTube video up today. Is that Captain Picard? Yo, that looks dope. Just looking out for bogeys. Oh, piss off with your best view bots. Whoa, dude. Yeah, we saw that in those sneak peeks. Wow, they didn't have much of a hype launch, hey? There was just some teasers, some calculated leaks like a week or so ago, and then bam, she's launched. But isn't this is just remastered though, right? New graphics, not actually a new game. So they just ran the game through ChatGPT and you know, reselling it again. Is that what's going on? Yeah, we're gonna go and we're gonna make some tea. We are. We are. Regardless if we get ones in the chat or not, we're gonna go make a tea live on stream. Are we ready to do this? The only thing is I won't be able to read the chat. I'm pretty sure I will just be able to see my phone will just be used. I would need 2 cellular phones, 2 wireless communicators, one for camera, one for chat. What is this here? Whoop, gonna get kicked. Easy. Well, we got the exact same honor. Okay. Should we try this? Should we give this a go? If I click this scene here, it still has, okay, my desktop audio, and it has my browser. So what we're going to do here is, why don't we have audio capture? Why didn't it move my music there? Oh, it is there. Okay. And hold on a second here. So now the microphone is muted. Oh, how do we switch this here? Sorry. We gotta go front cam. Oh no, there's my boob light. Hi. Let's do this. Let's get the tripod. We got the old phone tripod. All right. Oh, we gotta get more water too. Okay. So we can't read the chat, unfortunately, but you guys will be able to be here while we make a tea. Okay, boiling water, drinking water. Behold our mini pottery and plant wall. We'll do a mini plant tour of the house when we get a couple hundred more followers. That would be cool. Maybe even chat or buy us a plant. We'll go plant shopping. So I have my wife's super old phone. I'm curious if I can load Twitch up on a second phone and read chat that way. Today we are having the honey bush tea. Is this image flipped? I don't think it should be. Loose leaf, of course. And if you're good, I can't read chat, so I don't know if you're good, but I can show you what's in the crock pot for dinner. For Din Din. Slow cooked meals are goated. I wish I had a new crock pot because the timer is effed and the screen doesn't work anymore, but we use this thing like at least once or twice a week. Now please bear with me. This is the very first time doing this. The audio could be totally pooched. Oh, hey Merle. You want to come up? Want me to pick you up? Merle, up. Yes. Look at the camera, Merle. Look at the camera. Good boy. Do you want a treat? He really likes these. We don't give him this big. This is like essentially beef jerky, but for dogs. Yes, you want this? What do we have for lunch today? Oh, nice. We have ham, scalloped potatoes. Well, we'll make that in a good 15, 20 minutes here. Okay, in goes the hot water. Okay, now, I mean, I could just walk back in the office. All features unlocked. Oh yeah, this was back when they had fingerprint scanners on the back. So much nicer than the front. Because I can't read what you guys are saying here.
Looking fresh.
Load. Man, I think this phone is 8 years old. Okay. Let's load up Twitch. Will this work? Oh, neat. It shows that I'm live right now. Oh, our new mobile app is here. Whatever. My channel. Yes, activity. I think this will work. It's just the phone is very slow. Oh, that's convenient. Look, Twitch isn't responding. Let's go wait. All right, that should work. Okay, first test. Mildly successful. Shall we go back? I was like, there's not really much to leak. My house is like, it's a 2-bedroom house. It's like, oh no, I shared. Oh, there you go. There's a behind the scenes of what you guys are looking at. You know? Okay, now if we go here. There we go. That should now be off and no double audio. Did we do it? Did we just do our first kitchen cooking stream or kitchen tea making stream? Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how scuffed was the audio? There we go. Okay, I'll see if it'll load now. La, 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 la. Man, this now this music is bonkers. We took care of the bot, don't worry. What's taking so long? Aye, there we go. So the resolution on this old phone is very small, and it makes everything quite big. I can read up 2.5 lines of chat. Mm-hmm. But that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Ooh, we have to make a phone call. There we go. Still looking at land, just talking to the county office to get some more details. Nice large windows in the basement.
Captain Timo on duty.
Why does it always get so quiet? I love this.
Captain Timo on duty.
For some reason, my soundboard broadcasts through my game audio source. Strange. Very strange. Dystopian? No, not really. Oh, did I take that phone? Not on the phone anymore. Sorry, fellas. Sorry, fellas. Nice. I'm afraid to look. What are we? That's actually going by fast. Not gonna lie. Doesn't really. Maybe I'm just more used to it now than I have been in the past, but it doesn't seem terrible. What's nuts though, what I'm realizing about like acreage living is it's just like everything costs a few $1,000. You know, this few $1,000, that $1,000 more dollars. Oh, need this $1,000. Inspection $1,400. In theory, acreage living is, I mean, generally it is cheaper. Let's just be honest, it is. What do we have here? Fiber internet. 1 gigabyte down, 200 up, $135 a month. That's, Let's just start making some notes here, shall we? Quick notes. You know, yes. That's a funny name or funny word. Hey, isn't infrastructure? It's like infrastructure or something like that. Currently downloading Oblivion Remastered and the internet can't keep up. Well, how many megabits of internet do you have? Here, let me show you something. These are the... These are the service plans. Let's just go stealth here for a second. Oh, I'm in combat. WTF. These are the service plans. If we buy the acreage property, just the one that we're looking at, right? We've been looking at for a while, but you got 100 megabit down, 10 up. This is the internet that's available in the area. Oh, you can prepay this yearly? That's kind of crazy. What is it? How much does it change? No way. You can save like 20% if you prepay this yearly. You can get like 2 or 3 months free. Okay, anyway, go back to this. So then you have, well, you have, if you only have 10 up, then yours is even worse than this plan. So this is what we have currently here. We've got, well, I think we have 300 down. I think we have 30 up, if I'm to be honest. But this is what we have right now. I actually just think it's kind of crazy that there's you can get fiber internet out there. Congrats on the new gear. Wait, well, we haven't bought the place yet. That's right. I line of sight to you. You couldn't root me. But yeah, that's nuts. So even though these are the plans that are out there, then it would still cost. They like that was who I was just talking to on the phone. Was talking to the county, and you would still pay about 2,000 to 3,000 to get. Because they ran fiber along the highway, but then you'd pay. They said anywhere between, I can't remember if they said 2 to 4,000 to run the fiber then from the highway to, you know, whatever building, you know, property you put on there. So that's better than satellite internet or Starlink, because even Starlink is like 300. I don't even think Starlink is somewhere in between here, but it's like 150 a month. I was telling you about my buddy has 2 Starlink connections going to his house, one for him and one his wife, and then there's, you know, backup redundancy in case or signal redundancy in case one gets overloaded or loses connection. Decisions. And that's where I'm going to say we, because it's, you know, both me and the missus. That's where sometimes we can be our own worst enemy. Because you can see a cheap acreage property like, oh yeah, you know, escape the city, live cheap, you know, you're 15, 20 minutes out of, you know, out from town, but whatever, you know, just do it. But then it's like the little things add up, right? So it's one thing buying a little cheap piece of land, putting a cheap property out there, whether it was a barn dominium or a modular home. Yeah. $7 megabytes down, 1 up was $100 a month. Wow. And you basically still pay the same fee, just faster. Yeah. I guess I'm just really lucky where I live. Alberta has, I guess it just has a better communication infrastructure. Could be because of how much oil we have here. You know, that they invest a lot. I'm not too sure. But yeah, the fact that I found out you can get fiber out in the country is nuts. I actually didn't know you were a country boy. Maybe you told me, but I forgot. We're at 46K. Yeah, city life's not for me, man. my whole life I've wanted to get out of the city, and those as more time goes on, I enjoy the city less and less. I mean, there's benefits of it for sure, but there's clearly a reason why people live like you 100 miles from any city. Yeah. Yeah, running fiber. Yeah, I guess you'd have to just call whatever company. Um, what was the company I called? It was called, the company is Rural Connect. And they are apparently all over Canada. Rural Connect. And I just called them, told them the address, what range road it's down, and they said there's fiber, you know, here, and here, and you can get it ran for this price. Mm. Wow, you're real small town. Yeah, I mean, there's still 100 and like 30. Actually, we might in a couple years we'll probably break 200,000 people that live in our city. It's we're a full blown city, you know, and with Edmonton and Calgary so close, yeah, it's pretty populated. But that's honestly probably why we have fiber ran, is because there's like between Edmonton and Calgary, and then this the central part um of Alberta where I'm in. There's like 3-4 million people. So yeah, there's probably lots of infrastructure under the ground that most people don't know about because there's so many people here, right? Alberta's a crazy place. $53, $61, yep. Yeah, less than 1,000. That's crazy. Are we getting AoE'd by a mage, or is that us? Timo, did you miss the tea making IRL segment in the kitchen? Were you here about 20 minutes ago before I was on the phone? I want to know how scuffed the audio is. I can go look at the VOD back, but we're going to be like S-Fan. We're going to put cameras all over the property. That's why we need good internet, man. Yeah, near Calgary. Yeah. I think technically Edmonton, yeah, Calgary works. Like we're pretty close to Calgary and Edmonton. Edmonton is the capital of Alberta, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like I was positive you said you're in Manitoba. You said are you 100 miles away from Winnipeg or something? I've never been to Manitoba before. Yeah, there's 1.4 around 1.5 million people in Calgary. There's a little bit there's around I think I can't remember which is bigger, Edmonton or Calgary. There's another million and a half there, so that's at least 3 million. And then Winnipeg is only 800,000 people. Okay. So yeah, you got to think like if we open up Paint, it's like you got here here is north, right? And then here's south. If you got Edmonton here, we call it E-Town. And then down here, you got Calgary, home of the Flames. Calgary. And then in this like central area, that's where they call it. Whoops, that was bad. In this like central area, there's like another, I don't know, probably, I mean, you can look it up. There's probably, yeah, Calgary is bigger. Okay, I wasn't too sure. So there's, yeah, E-Town, Calgary. I'm willing to bet that there's probably like 700 plus thousand people that live, because there's like, oh man, like you drive anywhere, there's so many small towns, you know, all over the central part. Okay, so Winnipeg's not actually that big. So I live in like the central part. Like I'm an hour drive from Calgary or an hour drive from Edmonton. And then like Calgary, this is where you see the $800,000 homes. Like my brother-in-law, he's a pilot. His fiance, I think they're engaged. She just the Edmonton is just over. Okay. Either way, so they make good money, but they spent 700 and change, like $740,000 on a house last fall for just a house in an old neighborhood in Calgary. And basically those prices aren't like it here, but they're getting up there. But people still don't want to live in the country. So it's like the way I see it is whether you want to live here or what if you want to live here, right? It's the same thing. It's like this is still the same distance to Calgary, right? Or what if you want to live here? So we don't necessarily need to live smack dab in the middle of Edmonton and Calgary. There's so many different places. Heck, there's even like the closer you get to Saskatchewan. Vancouver has way more than 700,000 people. Well, they say like the greater Vancouver area has like 3+ million. I worked in Vancouver and like the Langley area for quite a few months. Yeah, like maybe the city of Vancouver, but like if you go to Google Maps, right? This won't leak anything, will it? Yeah, if you go to like Google Maps, can I do it here? Terrain, satellite view, here we go. So if you look at like Google Maps and go to Vancouver, yeah, Toronto's pretty big. So yeah, I could totally see like the area of Vancouver. Do they count North Vancouver, West Vancouver? But I kid you not, man. Very underpopulated for the amount of space we have. Yeah, I'd agree with that. 22 seconds. I kid you not, man. Like I was working in the Surrey, like Langley area. I mean, I worked in North Vancouver too, a bunch of years ago. But if you drive, oh yeah, Abbotsford is the same way. It probably starts around Abbotsford, but it's like this is all city. You can zoom in, right? There's hundreds of small little communities, towns. It's like, so that's why when people say like the greater Vancouver area, they're talking about all of this because there isn't really a difference. Like you just drive and there's roads and it's just like that. You're in a new city. You're in a new little territory. So like, yeah, I'm curious. I bet you there's at least 3 to 4, maybe even more million people that live in this area. It's so densely populated. It's insane. Even when you get down into Washington, like go to the States, you're not driving like hours and hours into the countryside, right? You literally just like drive down the road and you see buildings and commercial and condos and malls, and then you hit the border and then you're in Washington and then back to like Tacoma and Seattle, and it's all like one area. It's nuts. Sure, there's like pockets of farmland elsewhere, but it's, yeah, it's also dense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if you wanted to live, well, even condos in Surrey. I know someone who bought a condo. Whatever, let's let him kill me. I know someone who bought a condo in Surrey last summer for, I think it was like $388,000. Are we at 40 million yet? Okay. Yeah. So much of Canada's territory though is like uninhabitable, right? Like you can't really live, you know, like I've been to, where's Fort McMurray? But basically, as soon as you get a couple hours north of Edmonton, it's like all of this northern Canada, it's like nothing grows. It's cold all year round, mostly. Like you might get 2 months of like half decent weather. And you rely too much on like external systems. Like you can't build a like a cell. Like a lot of these towns in northern Alberta and northern BC and northern Saskatchewan. I can only speak for like Western Canada. A lot of these towns, like they're not self-sufficient. Everything has to be trucked in and railed in. Versus like a lot of little towns, they're more or less kind of self-sustaining. You just don't have those same luxury. So yeah, Canada has a lot more space, but some people say that like half of Canada is kind of unusable, uninhabitable. Now I ain't no history buff, but isn't that also kind of why Canada? Why did we get rid of Alaska? I don't know. ChatGPT could say, but but you can't do anything in Alaska, right? I mean, sure, there's people that live there, but that shit ain't thriving. Will we have a polar shift in our lifetime? Maybe. It's a strong possibility. Lame. But just as you say that, right? Like you could look up the weather for Calgary and see what happened. Like we woke up to another 5, 6 inches of snow this morning. Like the atmosphere is a little bit warmer, so it doesn't stick around as long. But so you talk about a polar shift. I mean, I would love to not get 6 inches of snow on like what the end of April. It sucks, dude. It slows down the progress of everything. You can't have a guard. Oh, excuse me. You can't have a guard because if you planted everything over the past 2 or 3 weeks, well, guess what? All your seeds and sprouts are spoiled now. It's hard to plan a day to do yard work when it rains all weekend and then you get snow because everything will be wet for the next, week or so. Ooh, little arcane crystal, of course. Yeah, Albertans really do get the short end of the stick with a lot of our crazy weather patterns. It's the land of extended winters, no summers. We basically go from winter to muddy spring to windy fall, back to winter again. That's like a little bit of an exaggeration. Like August, like July and August can be nice, but as soon as September rolls around, You need jackets, can't wear shorts anymore. Nights are cool. As soon as the sun goes down, it's cold. Maybe, just maybe, I think there's some truth to this statement, but the reason why they might be they run fiber all over, like if you go back to paint, like if they've ran, of course there's fiber lines ran all over Calgary and all over Edmonton, but maybe the reason why they have such a good fiber network here is there's like nowhere else to go, right? Where cause you can't go northern Alberta. So if you want, if like the province of Alberta wants people to stick around and have a good quality of life, and technically internet is classified as an essential service. That's probably why there's so much fiber ran here, would be my guess. Yeah, I don't know a lot about the whole ozone stuff. Like, didn't we? I swear, I'm not wrong in saying this. I swear during COVID, people were talking about we were because people weren't driving, right? People weren't on vacations, planes weren't flying during COVID, that we were actually like healing thin layers in our ozone because we had like way less carbon. Japan has heated roads. I mean, rich fuckers, have heated driveways. Like fucking Pokimane. You know what? I did know that Japan has heated roads because I'm not sure if you know who the streamer Ludwig is, but he did a south to north Japan across motorcycle trip with a buddy. And when they were up north, they were on heated roads. So I did not know that until recently, so that I briefly forgot about it until you mentioned it. Yeah. I have a feeling how would they heat them, right? What would be the most efficient energy source? They run natural hot spring water through pipes under the roads. Hey, I'd be happy with a heated floor in my bathroom, let alone a heated driveway. Now that is cool. When you can get, like some passive electricity. Well, that's just it too, right? If you want to find a property with some water rights on it, I mean, sure, you could rig something up yourself or you could buy something, but I mean, I've seen lots of YouTube videos of people making their own hydropower generators because they have a little stream on their property. Well, I mean, Japan's so small, all they can do is walk around, right? It's like it's expensive to own vehicles. Cities are small, roads are tight. I mean, yeah, for the most part, yeah. But a big problem we have to solve related to this stream is since reporting last week, we have almost 20,000 more views on the YouTube channel. Now, how do we get more of those people on YouTube to tune into the old Twitch, right? I understand there's some skill involved in being a good content creator. Streaming is and being entertaining and creating a vibe is definitely a skill that I want to get better at. However, It's like the proof is in the pudding, my friend. People like the YouTube content. Even today, we've had 10 people on the YouTube stream. People really like to just kind of watch and listen on YouTube. The chat activity is pretty small. But how, good sir, you know, how do we get, let's go to YouTube Studio. Yeah. We passed 100,000. We passed 100,000 views on the week over the weekend. We actually got way more than expected. 111,000. Most of those are from shorts, but believe it or not, people do actually go back and watch the live stream VODs, right? I've never done that personally, but yeah, see 70 people tuned in, and you can click on, go to the analytics and look up average watch time and stuff like that. Sometimes it's as little as like 20 minutes. Sometimes it's like 4 hours, but people will just have a VOD of a dorky Canadian guy like me streaming his rank 14 grind in the back of their kitchen, you know, while they're making dinner or while kids are studying or something like that. That is crazy to me that people do it. But yeah, there are no videos yet. I have to get, I mean, we have a couple YouTube channels. I might have to pump the brakes on some other ones. But yeah, those are all from shorts. Those are all from shorts. When you ask ChatGPT, I've asked ChatGPT this question, you know, how can we bring, I was just on it, where was it? How can we bring, you know, all of these viewers to Twitch? And ChatGPT says things like, well, you know, you should run giveaways. Seems a little too small. I actually have some really great ideas for giveaways, but the audiences, I think, is a bit too small. Apparently there are some games in the chat room, in like Twitch chat, you can add as like chat bots that will, you know, it's like a bot will say something, and then the first person who says it or who gives an answer will get like a bunch of channel points or something like that. So there are some like chat games, chat game bots that I want to research. And I mean, you got to redistribute your content, right? I could totally create a DLC TikTok, a DLC Instagram. I'm definitely not ruling that out. We're still multi-streaming on Kick, but Kick is infested with bots. I would say for every one viewer, we get about at least, I'd say 3 to maybe 5 bots. But not ruling it out, because Kick has a pretty tight community. A lot of people say that Kick is a lot like Twitch was 4 or 5 years ago. I would love to try multi-streaming. I've shared this before, right? Here's just this. How do I make this smaller? This is like a multi-streaming add-on I have in OBS. And you can add TikTok to here and you can have Instagram. But I'm not a... You think you have to have 10,000 followers on TikTok to live stream on there? Because they don't want a bunch of bots going on there or a bunch of like OF creators just spamming. Oh, is this a TTS?
Timo Tarantino asked me, do you think derekszyszka will quit the game last Epoch before it gets challenging? Oh, the age-old question of when a gamer will rage quit. Well, my dear friend, Derek seems like the type who relishes a good challenge.
True.
But there's always the thrill in betting on whether they'll throw in the towel before the game gets the best of them. Bwahaha. Whether they stick it out or not, at least they'll have a good laugh, right?
That was a pretty vanilla answer. But that's if last Epoch gets challenging. How long is the campaign? Like is it 20 hours, 40 hours, you know? It feels like people blast through the POE campaign in like 3 or 4 days. +20 hours. Okay. Yeah, so Tangia, they sent me an email. They reached out and they're changing up their payment structure. You want to talk about climate change, ozone, carbon footprint, all that sort of stuff? Well, anyway, AI text-to-speech is incredibly costly. It costs way more than ChatGPT, like conversely versus a prompt. And apparently it costs the company, like cents to do it. So their payment model is actually not quite doubling, but it's going to get. I mean, if I want to give Tangia AI text to speech or channel points, it actually probably costs about $20 to $30 a month US. So, $50 a month Canadian, and that's if I want to do it for free. I mean, you can. The minimum they have it is 50 bits, so that's 50 cents. It's like 1 bit is a penny. So I'll have to research to see if there's a cheaper text-to-speech tool out there. I just know Tangia is really popular. And it's hilarious, dude. Some of the shit that people make with Tangia is awesome. And Tangia has their media share thing, which I still haven't figured out. I tried using ChatGPT to show me how to enable it. I think ChatGPT is hallucinating. But there is a way. There is a way. $84 hours to see everything, 20 without. Yeah, I usually like to play through the campaign, get a feel for the game, and if the game grips me, I like to play it a second time and go through the completionism. If it's challenging, will I quit? Do you know who you're talking to? The MMO gamer god. Oh, I want to hear this. Is it because I'm on the free?
Timo Tarantino asked me, do you think Tankia will sponsor derekszyszka? Sponsor. Good luck getting that. As if Tankia is going to throw cash at Derek just for throwing a tantrum over a game. Maybe if they offer him a lifetime supply of frog-themed butt plugs or a certified rage quitter badge. But sure, if they can outlast my insane froggy antics without crying, maybe there's hope. Until then, it's a slimy pipe dream like filling my puppet hole with pearls of wisdom.
Okay. Did we wipe? That was there was a half a second before that was gonna get skipped. Half a second. Half a second. I actually just realized it says Rude Cormit, not Kermit. I wonder if that's a typo, and is that like a copyright intentional typo? Or did they have an did they make a mistake? Let's see here. If I go to my Tangia dashboard, yeah, it says I have 9,000 credits remaining. Encourage your viewers to spend bits on AI text-to-speech. Would love to figure out a way to get it even just cheaper. I mean, 50 cents is ain't much. 50 cents ain't much. Yeah, and me as the mod, as the owner, I can't use it for free. That's a little silly. It'd be fun. It'd be fun to play some jokes but I would have to buy Tangia tokens and spend them on my stream. I think that's how it would work. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. They seem like a decent company. They got a, I mean, when a real human reaches out to you, that's pretty rare these days. So I just got to ask them some questions. But like the Screaming Yoda that you posted that very first time I ever had Tangia on, some people charge $40 for that. That's wild, bro, and people pay it. There's a streamer named The Burnt Peanut. Now, he puts on a good show, and he's got at least 2 or 3 people that help him out. So he's an entertainer for sure. He's got a mini production company behind his stream. But people will spam. Same thing with Stankrat, another Escape from Tarkov streamer. People will spam the Screaming Yoda like a dozen times or more a night, and they could make $400 or $500 just from people just using Yoda. Yeah, when a real AI bot. No, Tangia Dan, he's the CEO of the company. Tangia Dan. You know, ChatGPT also says that putting things like, you know, this, like a follower goal, they say that helps, you know, get people engaged and want to support. Sounds like Tom from MySpace. Some people say, yeah, putting a goal, you know, on your stream overlay, that helps. I haven't, you know, It's hard to see if that's a success metric or not. Once a day, morning, noon, and night. That's that sourdough fiber in me, you know? All you need is black coffee and Taco Bell, and you're good. You don't need no Metamucil. ChatGPT also said that having, you know, the dog cam in the back. I mean, Merle likes to hang out. He likes to be around people. He's not social, but he likes to be around people. But, you know, said having the dog cam on the back will, you know, entice people to stick around or maybe ask questions about the pooch. That, you know, it's tough to say again, you know, how effective that is. Speaking of which, no, that's that. Where is, oh, did it come unplugged? Merle cam. Where is the dog cam? Did it get unplugged? Oh, somehow it did. Not sure how. So long, suckers. So, do we bring the dog cam back? Is that what we do? Oh, I'm just... Fucking... Let's see... Why... Deactivate, activate. It should be there. Why doesn't the dog cam work? We actually had 2 or 3 people, or no, yeah, 3 people in here when I first opened up the stream. But they stayed here for probably a good 20, 30 minutes. Not too much engagement. Sometimes lurkers don't like to be called out. I noticed that. They're there lurking for a reason, right? Oh, would you piss off? Do I really have to stealth across the map again? All right, you made me do it. We just gonna get farmed up here. Okay, where's the fucking druid? Run! What incarnations are they doing? There we go. Transform. No, it's like they can never win, so all they do is they like to graveyard camp so they can farm honor. I swear, man, for 20 years, the Alliance have never figured out a consistent win strat. It's like their strat is just cheesing. It's super weird why it doesn't work. Deactivate when not showing. Sure, yeah, you know, do that. Do that. Strange. Very strange. Let's actually just delete that source and add a new source. Video capture device. Well, I can't really restart. What is that? I can't restart OBS. It's like it's stuck. If I transform, if I fit to screen. No, not that. Oh, did I join a turtle? I did too. There's a possibility we could end soonish. So if I go here, it's like, where is it? You know, and it doesn't even show the preview here. If we go deactivate, we go activate, that didn't do anything. It's almost like it's off canvas. If we go transform, center to screen, you know, that didn't do anything. You know, it's definitely not lost in any layers. Very strange. Very strange indeed. If I go this, and I go full screen, just paste it here. Did that do anything? It didn't. It's like the program needs... Well, I mean, technically it was restarted. I turn my computer off every night. Okay, go back to that. Super weird. Very strange. Or when all else fails, you unplug that sucker and plug it back in. Very, very strange. Nah, I can't restart OBS. Ooh, I wonder, actually, isn't it handy how everyone has flashlights on them at all times now? Oh, perfect timing. All we did I guess there is a strong possibility that the webcam is pooched. It's an old Logitech C922. It is definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. Okay. So we have a couple options right now. Should we bring the camera back into the kitchen while we heat up our lunch, or do we just put a BRB screen on? How many more of these do we got? Let's see here. Why isn't the camera configuring? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay.
That's weird. That is so weird, dude.
So it's like I'm gonna be eating, but I bet most of North America are gonna be eating. And that's leftover Easter dinner. Does it not even work plugged in up here? Yeah, I think the camera is pooched. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, the light blinks 7 times when we plug it in. What does that mean? Hmm. Okay, take that off. We're back in AVQ. Let's watch something, shall we? Yeah, fuck that. Don't get kicked. Nice. I want to hear more about the land, mate. Hmm. Yeah, no kidding. What? Hmm. 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 We've got the honey hot sauce for our ham and scalloped potatoes. Yum, yum. Oh, too much. Do you guys like all the black trim they're putting in houses these days? You a black trim enjoyer? What? Oh, that's nice, dude. Oh, nice. Good for him. Oh, yikes. Leave queue. Tea time. C9. Crazy. What do we have here?
What do we have here?
Ooh, it's coming in. Picture loading. I'm too much of a nerd to buy a place with. Oh, neat. Yikes. Ouch. Yeah, it's not. Oh, they use mirrors. Okay. Nah, neat. So, GG. She still says setting up, hey? Cleaved. No wipes, please. So a quarter of the honor needed would be 100, and let's just say 5,000, right? Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, we're building in public. All right, we got to get a video out here. Open up. Open up Premiere. I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. Man, total score. Ooh, do you have any idea how much mana potions are in 2025 in the anniversary servers? These are like 8 to 15 gold. I just picked one up in AV. I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. So I really wish that there was a way to make some gold from running Battlegrounds. Make some gold. I really wish that there was a way to make some gold from running Battlegrounds. I think if you could make between 1 and 3 gold, just to help pay for some bandages, pay for blinding powder, will Blizzard give that to us? Probably not, knowing Blizzard. But we will add that to our Classic Plus wish list. I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. Man, total score. Ooh. I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. Do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. To the game. Let's shorten that. We can cut everything here out. Move that. Align that with that. Let's take all of this, shove her back. I wish that I wish that you could do this more often. I think that's something that Blizzard should add to the game. Ooh, do you have any idea how much mana potions are in 2025? Out. In. I wish. Export. Don't get kicked. Wait a second. Do we have a whole bunch of more videos to upload? Were we stupid? Videos. Media drive. Video. We did too, guys. We're dumb. We are dumb. Didn't I already do the meeting a bot in Classic WoW? I thought I did. Upload video. Oh yeah, we could call this Dead Internet Theory in Classic WoW. Maybe that's too much of a five head. Lena Thunderbrew. Well, how many games are we at for the day? 27? Okay. I think technically if we were doing 50 games a day, we'd be done in less than, well, definitely less than 200 games. Hilarious. There's one war song out right now. Okay, let's rewatch this, shall we? Make gold in AV, please, Blizzard. I don't love that short. It's all right. It's just all right. Do we post it, guys? Do we post it? Nice. Okay. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the stream today. If you're if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Kick or Twitch, thank you for being here. Please hit that follow button. Please hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the video. And text me when you get home safe and watch for deer. It's crazy out there. Oh, they already started. Wow. Are you guys watching Severance? Anyone checking out that show? I'm not an Apple TV subscriber, so I don't have the know on this stuff. Is it any good? I'm such a boomer. I watch Shark Tank. I watch YouTube. I watch documentaries. Thunderclap. $1,700 honor. What is this? Oh, stretch. Oh. No one can tell me if Severance is good. Ugh. Was this bot in classic WoW? It doesn't want to get rid of that. Was this a bot in classic WoW? Not yet. Not yet. You're tired, he says. We have less than 7 days left of grinding, guys. The light is at the end of the tunnel. My God, that's so annoying. What? Dude, you're a legend. Thank you. Hmm. I'm stuck with ally. This shit is triggering for real. My boy Peo has his day off, and he's still grinding rank 14. He's ranking on 3 characters, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, where's the hunter? Sure, text that. Wait a second, how the fuck do you find this out again? It's like... Okay, let's just one real quick here. We gotta go like go this. Oh, okay. I still got a while. Okay, okay, okay. Nice. Azus finally cut me my my part of the video card. Sweet. Okay, close all that. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Hmm. Get up there. What the fuck? Oh my god. Am I wrong? Does he not look like a vape guy? Nice. How the fuck did that happen? They stay through stealth now too? Are you fucking kidding me? That took out 70% of my health? And their editors are on point. How do you know so much, Alan? Oh, am I falling behind? 84K? But if it was full of cargo and like and product, wouldn't it all be like the same product? Hmm, doesn't look very amazing. Yeah, what's a trailer like that worth? Plastic cutlery? What is it? such a sweet truck. Sweet truck, dude. Really? I thought that trailer would have been worth way more. Right. Remember the Blackberry Pearl? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the stream. My name is Derek. I am 35 years old almost, and we play on Twitch, on YouTube, and Kick right now. We've got YouTube enjoyers, we've got Twitch enjoyers, and we've got Kick enjoyers. And if that's you, please hit the follow button. I deeply appreciate it. We are trying to grow a community around this, and I respect you all and thank you for being here. Never heard of this guy. No. What? Hmm. I would have put that a little bit lower, to be honest. Maybe my expectations are higher. What? That's dope. Yeah. You gotta be a special nerd to love that. Remember those rubber throws you'd get as a kid? Like the sticky rubber, you'd get a little bit wet and you would like stick it at a wall or stick it on a piece of paper. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Does anyone know? And again, YouTube enjoyers, happy that you excuse me, happy that you're here, but you're gonna have to watch on Twitch if you want to hear the audio. That is the truth. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. That's actually why I really like... Let's go full screen here for a second. I like this knife from Kershaw. I don't know what model it is, but rather than having, like in this jerry-rig everything, rather than having a lock here to take the blade off, it's actually right here. So you can just push your thumb to the side, and just like that, that's all you need. Like, it's easier to do facing me, but open it up. That's it. Open it up. That's it. Yeah, but it's $100. Hmm. So this shit's butane then? Yeah, lighting candles, I'm sure. How synthetic is this? What's the ingredients list? Yikes. Linus, that Canadian, he's at 15, 16 million? Satisfying. Now, is that better than the Snap-on screwdriver. You guys know the company Snap-on? See, hear that? Hear that? Hmm. What? Yeah. Interesting. I'd agree with that. I like this, the cheap spy gen caches. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mark Rober and what he does. I think it's cool. What are we waiting for, Willis? They're at Van? Go with the pins. Go with the pins. You always forget about taxes. Gotta pay the man. That seems like a flaw in the plan. You gotta be able to give the guys change. Whoa, those crits. He is right. It's gonna get crazy when he's up in the hundreds of dollars. Yeah. Do you see that micro hook there? He said tomorrow's item, but then they just start today. That seed hook, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put a 1 in the chat if you're alive and well. How we doing? How we doing? Can we get a temperature check? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and the stream today. Your attention and support is deeply appreciated. Derek is getting burnt out. We're going to go for a walk. We're going to make a tea. We're going to hit the gym. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Text me when you get home. Please watch out for deer, and I'll see you in the next one.